who immediately after that event, they make the devices available for everybody in the press to try them out and to shoot their reviews and to put up like first impressions, this kind of thing. Like, I think that's why it's there, so that they can get someone like MKBHD to come to San Francisco to see the event and then to talk about the device on his YouTube channel like an hour later. And I think that their goal with those presentations is to try to like shape the mind of the media people before they see the thing. That's my guess anyway. Or I feel like if I was in charge of Apple, like that's what I'd be trying to do. Like, I want to influence the media people to think about the phone in this way, right? Not in some other way.
Well, that makes sense, Gray. And I can see why they would want to do that. I just think they could do it a bit cooler. I mean, I know a lot of people hate on Apple and a lot of people love them. I tend to think most things Apple do are pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
I think most of their devices are cool. I think the shops are cool places, staffed by, kind of young people and that. And I think this is the one time every year that Apple seems like it's a bunch of corny dads. And it's the uncoolest thing Apple does.
I take it that you didn't see the very opening of this event then?
No, I've read about it though. It was a carpool karaoke thing, but I'm scared to look at what a car crash that'll be.
This was totally baffling to me because I have never heard of carpool karaoke. I have no idea what this thing is. And when I started watching the event, it's just like Tim Cook is in a car singing Sweet Home Alabama, and they're just bantering about stuff as like, oh God, I don't know what this is, but this is horrifying. Like, this is not a good way to start things, guys.
I mean, I like carpool karaoke. I think they're pretty cool, but there's no way I want to watch Tim Cook doing it because I know how bad that'll be. I've got nothing against Tim Cook, but he's not cool.
Yeah, I think he is as far as I can tell, like fantastic operations guy, but yeah, cool he is not. And he also has the problem of not quite passing the Maryland point of being uncool enough that he becomes cool again, right?
Which Bill Gates does.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Whereas it's like watching him in carpool karaoke, my feeling was, oh God, you're inches away from the Maryland point, but on the wrong side of this. So I am actually just very uncomfortable watching this.
Yeah. I don't think Tim Cook celebrates his uncoolness the way that someone like Bill Gates does, I think Tim Cook thinks he's kind of cool. And he should realize he's not and celebrate that.
Yeah, you never know the minds of other people. I mean, I feel like it takes a lot of guts to do something like that because he's going to know that he's not cool and just do carpool karaoke anyway because it's kind of fun. Although I always find Apple a bit cringeworthy when they bring on celebrities. It always feels like Apple becomes a little bit of a screaming fangirl all of a sudden when they bring out like, ooh, look, it's Bono, right? Ooh, look, it's this guy in the car. Ooh, somebody else is coming in the car. Like, look at all of these celebrities who love Apple.
I mean, I'm no expert here and I can get found out for my lack of Apple knowledge, but I feel like in recent years they've been taking a beating for choosing slightly uncool celebrities that Tim Cook thinks are cool.
Yeah.
So it's like people like Bono and Coldplay and that there is a little bit of, that's kind of who your dad's into.
Yeah, exactly.
Obviously this year someone has gotten in their ear and said, no, we're not having the Bee Gees this year, Tim. What you have to do is you have to get that James Corden guy because everybody's talking about him. He's big on YouTube. Anybody who's anybody is going into his car. That's what we've got to do. So I think this has been a desperate attempt to make Tim Cook look a bit more relevant to young people. And I don't know how well it worked, but I think that's what they were trying to do.
I'm not sure it worked. I'm not sure if that was their goal, but I do have to totally agree with you that this one was, I felt in a lot of points, like the presenters were a bit awkward. It felt kind of rushed or just not like a smooth machine. And it is always weird when they turn over the stage to another person and then bring it back. And like, you have just planted into my mind the idea that it's a school principal like pointing to little Timmy who's going to do a presentation. Like, I will never not have that in my mind now when Tim Cook like hands it over to somebody else, right? Like,
here she is. She's been practicing for 2 weeks, and boy, does it look like she's been practicing for 2 weeks as well.
That is going to be in my mind every time now. So thanks for that. But it's going to be in my mind because there's something about it which is true. Even though before I was trying to make the argument that what I think they're really doing is trying to sway the minds of the media before they see the devices. I wonder, like, does it really matter? I mean, I know this goes into my biases of like, I think people overestimate the importance of news stories or like media reports on things. Of course, there's no way to know, but it's like, let's say all of the media comes out and just slams the next iPhone. How many people will care? Like, what would that translate into in terms of percentage change in sale of iPhones? Like, I just don't know. I almost wonder, like, is this whole thing worth doing?
That does matter. I think word of mouth matters. Like over breakfast tomorrow when we're talking about, oh, we're going to upgrade our iPhones. If you say, oh, apparently it's pretty crap, that's what I saw in the paper, that can be enough to stop someone buying a phone. Oh, yeah, apparently it's a bit crappy. Apparently it's uglier than the other ones. Like, those headline things do matter. I think shaping and crafting the message is important, actually. As skeptical as I am about it, and I think, you know, PR is evil, I can see why they do it, and I see why it's important. I just think the way they're doing it is bad. And you and I have now been talking for 20 minutes about how uncool Apple is.
It's true. I guess I should rephrase my earlier point, because if you're saying something like, oh, the new phone is bad, like, okay, people won't buy it. But what I mean is, what is the percentage that Apple can possibly move the minds of the people who are going to be viewing the phone anyway, right, in one direction or another?
Oh, no, that I agree with. If you've had your plane ticket paid for and you've been wined and dined and you're getting 5 seconds of FaceTime with Tim Cook as he walks past you in the corridor, that's powerful stuff.
Yeah.
Like, journalists are very susceptible to junkets and freebies.
Everybody is. Like, it's so easy to show that, like, the trivialist of gifts influences people's minds, even if they don't think that it does. Like, you just can't not have this happen. And this is why companies like to give stuff to people, like to just review. Even just receiving the thing for free, like, no matter how much you try, it does have a little bit of an influence on your mind. Like, it can't not. The thing that I wonder with those presentations is, I almost always feel relief when they kind of cut away from the actual presentation to the pre-made videos. They'll have like, here's a little video about the new iPhone, in which we like try to encapsulate everything in 2 minutes, right? Here's a little video about the Apple Watch. And what I found myself wondering last night was, what if you just did the videos? Like, what if you just dropped those videos on YouTube and that was it? And then phones show up in the store the next day. How much of a difference would that make?
I can see why they need an excuse to get the important people in one place, like you said earlier. I can see that, and I can see why it needs to become an event like the Super Bowl, you know, that where people come together and there are parties the night before, and not just to hold the things, but just to bring people together and the feeling that this is an occasion, this is important enough that we all need to be reporting on it. And all the other journalists are here reporting on it, so I need to be reporting on it. I agree with that. I just think their format is looking really tired. They upgrade everything else they do every 20 seconds, and yet they won't upgrade this boring old format of this keynote.
What upgrades do you want them to do, though? Like shorter, fewer handoffs? What do you want?
I don't know, Gray. If I was that smart, I probably wouldn't be here doing a podcast with you. I'd be some millionaire consultant in America. But I don't know what the solution is. I just know that what they're doing looks terrible. I couldn't watch it. I felt embarrassed for them. How are you, everyone? Super. Thanks for asking. This is amazing. That was fabulous.
Just to be clear to the listeners, like, even though I've been kind of agreeing with you that this year wasn't a particularly great presentation, like maybe they should change some things up next year, I do personally like watching it because I'm really interested in this. And I think there's always a fun game, which is the speculate what is going on inside Apple game based on like what you see on the outside and what they say. That kind of Kremlinology is a thing that I am just interested in with regards to Apple, and as always, there's no explaining any interest. So like that's why I will sit down and I'll watch it. Like, and I am kind of very curious about the details of like who's doing what things are they choosing to focus on, right? I like all of that stuff. This is me being like someone who's a policy wonk and who is super into the details of like a particular candidate's platform and like, what do they think about this? You know, what are they going to do with that? I am aware, like, outside of myself and a relatively small group of people, like most of the world doesn't care, right? Like they're just going to see like, oh, there's a new phone in the store when they walk by and they see it in the window. Like that is essentially everybody's experience.
I don't agree with that. There's a new phone in the window thing. I do think people are aware that when Apple announce what the new phone is or the new computer is or the new technology is, it is like an event. People do know that. Like my wife, I said to my wife, oh, the new iPhones are coming out soon, because it was in my head. And she said, yeah, it's being announced on September 7. So like people do know it's an event and a time of the year and that. And so Apple have been smart to do that. And like I said, I agree with making a big hoo-ha and a big event, and maybe even doing something that gives the Apple nerds like you some kind of glimpse. But maybe just do it better. I don't know. But, you know.
That's always the best advice. Just do it better.
Yeah.
The things you're not doing well, don't do those. Do things better.
So, in terms of the actual announcements, anything worth knowing? I know there's a new version of the watch that's not much different, and the phone is waterproof, and the microphone jacks are on the way out. That seems to be all I know.
Yeah, people are really upset about the headphone jack. Like that's kind of the big story,
Yeah.
I guess. But this one, I just felt like there was not really anything of note. It's like they've made a phone that's the exact same size as the phone before, and they're like, "Oh, it's faster." Like, okay, sure, it's faster. Like, I understand they have a new camera on it, but it just, to me, it just seemed like there wasn't really anything of super note. I'm glad there's a new version of the Apple Watch, which is coming out again. Like, it's a little faster, but nothing of super note. And I feel like the past two Apple events have been this way for me, of like, oh, there's new things. You have some new hardware and the new version of your operating system is coming out, but it just feels like nothing for me in these last two Apple events. Like 0 for 2 on significant, interesting, wow, I can't wait to get my hands on it kind of exciting stuff. So it's just a little boring in Apple world.
You'll still buy everything and upgrade everything, presumably.
I'm going to get the new watch, but I don't think I'm going to get the new phone. As we've discussed before, like, I'm very happy with my small size phone. I really like it. I might have been tempted away back to the 6 Plus, which I think is the only other reasonable size, if they had actually made it smaller and significantly lighter. But this is like the 1 year I'm thinking like, oh, if Apple makes their phone a little bit smaller, a little bit lighter, I might go back. This is like the first year ever that Apple's like, nope, exact same size. Hope you like it.
Right.
So no new phone for me this time around. Are you going to be sticking with your SE?
I am starting to have a few annoyances with it.
Oh, yeah? Like what?
Yeah, mainly typing. I feel like I'm making more typing errors, and I am butt dialing with it more often for some reason, and things like that. I seem to be mispressing and having problems with it more, but that also could be because I've done away with a case. I didn't tell you my funny butt dial story.
First of all, I don't really know how butt dialing happens, but please tell me your butt dial story.
Well, this isn't exactly a butt dial story, but this is kind of like that.
Okay.
I was at a wedding actually recently, and I was with Destin. Destin, who is from the YouTube channel Smarter Every Day, for people who don't know. And he is a great disciple of Snapchat, as we've discussed before.
Yes.
And we were playing on Snapchat together, and we were making funny videos, and we were just clowning around. And suddenly my phone made a noise that I've never heard before, like an alert, like some strange noise. And I didn't know what was going on, and I was touching the screen and trying to make it go away, and I didn't know what was going on. And I touched something because it went away. And I was like, what the heck was that? And then I was sort of looking at the phone, and the Snapchat app was open, and I was looking at the app to try and figure out what was going on. And then I saw that someone had tried to call me using Snapchat. Snapchat, it turns out, has this kind of phone voice thing that you can do to call people. And this was news to me, and I was like, Destin, look, man, someone tried to call me. Some strangers tried to call me. That's outrageous. Like, I didn't even know that could happen. And Destin was kind of looking, going, oh, I don't know what's going on. And then suddenly this voice comes out of the phone saying, oh, hi, I'm here. And I didn't call you, you called me. And like what had happened was like some stranger whose Snap I'd looked at or something, I'd obviously just pressed some button next to that person's name to phone them out of the blue. They haven't known what's going on. They've answered the phone, and there's me saying, can you believe some strangers tried to call me? This is outrageous. And Destin and I were talking about it, and he was just like, the poor sod was just there listening to us talking. And he was like, I didn't call you. And then I was like, who is this? And he said who he was, and we had a chat. And I'm like, oh, I'm here with Destin. And he was like, oh, that's great. And we ended up having a chat with him. I was super apologetic because I was just a total ham-fisted idiot who'd interrupted this poor person's day. But we had a chat to him for a while. That was nice. And then I was like, well, anyway, sorry about that. And hung up.
I mean, to be fair, if it's Snapchat, this is not butt dialing. This is just you pressed one of their unlabeled hieroglyphics or you swiped wrong on the screen, right? Who knows? Yeah. It's the controls of the spaceship and Alien, right? Like you press some button and it means you're going to call some rando.
Anyway, he was really nice about it and I made a real fool of myself. But another pitfall of Snapchat. Careful, it's not just accidentally following people or accidentally things like that. Now it's you can accidentally phone someone and not know you've phoned them and then they're listening to you talk.
Right, great. More and more reasons to use Snapchat every day. Although this makes me think, are you one of those people, Brady, who if you are talking about someone who's not in the room, feels the need to check their phone to make sure that their phone isn't on and hasn't called the person? Do you do this?
I am not, but I did have a friend who used to do that because he got burned by it. He was talking negatively about someone and he had butt dialed that person and they were listening to him.
I was about to launch into a boy, isn't this a ridiculous thing that people worry about? Like, I know several people who do this and I always find it's just the strangest behavior ever. But you're telling me you actually know someone this happened to? Suddenly I'm thinking maybe this is a thing that's not so unreasonable.
I mean, to be fair, it was his girlfriend at the time and if there's one person you're likely to accidentally call, it's probably your girlfriend because she's probably going to be the last person you phoned. And if there's someone you're likely to be talking about behind their back, it could also be your girlfriend. So while it's incredibly unlucky, if it was ever going to happen, that would be one of the more likely scenarios. So I think he was saying things about his girlfriend that were not complimentary and she was listening from his pocket. So from that time on, whenever we were out like at bars and things like that, if he was talking about anyone, he took his phone out of his pocket and had a look first.
Wow. I can't believe you know someone this actually happened to. That's amazing to me. If someone accidentally called you and they were talking about you, would you feel any responsibility to yell out, hey, I'm right here listening to you, or would you just quietly listen the whole time?
I don't know what I would do. Like if I do get butt dialed occasionally, and I actually butt dialed someone I worked with the other day and like they called me back and I didn't know I'd called them and I'd been out at a bar being really leery too, so goodness knows what they heard. But I accidentally once butt dialed someone who I work with and I was in a really important business meeting talking about that person and like deals and things and they knew I was in this meeting and you know who this person is and they sat there and listened to the whole meeting and then afterwards spoke to me about it.
I feel like you're at this amazing epicenter of this thing actually occurring, which I just assumed is like an urban legend that this thing even occurs.
I will confess to one thing. Back in my journalist days, I did have like a contact who would sometimes help me with information and tell me stories that I wasn't yet supposed to know about. And this person accidentally phoned me once from their bag, but I wasn't sure if they'd phoned me accidentally or they had phoned me because they wanted me to hear something important. So I did stay on the phone for a few minutes just in case like I was supposed to hear some amazing information, but it turns out they were just shopping and walking around town. And after 2 or 3 minutes, I was like, oh, okay. That's an accident.
It wasn't a meeting with the Illuminati and you were the only reporter who was going to get the story out.
No, exactly. But you never know. So I did stick with that one for a few minutes until I realized, no, they're just out walking around.
Hello, Internet. Today I have a book recommendation for you, which means that, of course, this podcast is brought to you in part by none other than Audible.com, who has more than 180,000 audiobooks and spoken word audio products for you to listen to. Now, today's recommendation is How to Get Filthy Rich in Rising Asia. It's a weird title for a weird book, but boy, did I like this one. It's a novel, and just as with the movies that we watch for homework, I think novels are best appreciated cold without really any introduction to the plot or the details. But I will say that How to Get Filthy Rich in Rising Asia is written in the second person, which means that instead of most books which are written either from the first person, I, or from the third person, he or she, this one is written from the second person, you. So when you're listening to this book from Audible, you will be hearing how you woke up in the morning and you went to do something. Now, I know you're thinking that probably sounds like a terrible way to write a book, and the last time you read something like that was almost certainly in some awful English class where they forced you to read an overly artsy and terribly boring piece of writing like that. But trust me, How to Get Filthy Rich in Rising Asia, I liked it way more than I expected that I would, and I found it really quite affecting. So check it out at audible.com. That's where I get all of my audiobooks. It's where you should get all of your audiobooks because they are just fantastic. Now, if you go to audible.com/hellointernet, you'll get a free 30-day trial so that you can give this book a listen or try some of the other ones that they have. And I really do hope that you try Audible if you haven't already. They have just a bunch of features that I really like. I mean, obviously, it's just an enormous catalog of things to pick from, so there's always something to listen to. But what I really like is I feel super free to just try a book like this one, How to Get Filthy Rich in Rising Asia, which maybe I'm not going to like at all, but if I don't like it, I can just return it. They have a kind of no questions asked return policy on audiobooks, which I have definitely taken advantage of more than once when something is terrible. You can listen to their audiobooks on any device at any time. They make players for just about everything. So if you are listening to this podcast and you have never given audiobooks a try, trust me, they are a thing that's going to bring value into your life. And if you're listening to podcasts, you should totally listen to audiobooks. So right now, go to audible.com/hellointernet and sign up for your free 30-day trial membership. Download a title and start listening. And thanks to Audible for supporting the show.
So, Gray, something that doesn't often happen to you, you've been a victim of freebooting.
I feel like in the world of people who put out educational videos, I feel like I have been probably one of the luckier people with regards to not getting freebooted. I think perhaps maybe Destin is the unluckiest, along with your chemistry videos as well. Like those get freebooted all over the place. But I feel like most of the time I have been relatively getting off scot-free as far as these things go. But in the last video that I just put up, which was the one about the simple solution to traffic, this was perhaps the first time that I saw a video just getting freebooted all over Facebook. Just like a ton of different places, all posting it. And by my rough estimate, across all of the various sources, it was something like 10 million views on Facebook, which, considering that the video gets like 3 million views on YouTube, which is fantastic. But of course, as always with the freebooting, it does really hurt deep to see your video getting spread in a bunch of other places and you're not really getting any of the rewards that go along with it.
Well, I've got a few questions for you about it then.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, though, if I can make an observation about the video itself, this is another excellent example to me of things that I assume everyone knows that maybe they don't know. Because I watched that video and I thought it was really good, well explained and nice and that, but I thought, doesn't everyone know this? Like, this is what causes traffic snarls and it's all human reaction times. And I saw all these people sharing it and tweeting it and saying, this is amazing, Gray explains this and like, you've got to check this out. I was like, what? Huh? Like, is this news to people? Gosh, I feel like there's 1,000 videos waiting to be made now that I thought weren't worth making. All these things I can explain to people that maybe they don't know.
That, I think, is an excellent, excellent point, because this is like a skill, I think, in making any kind of thing where you're explaining stuff to people on the internet that I often fall on the wrong side of as well, where it is super easy to overassume how much other people know about any topic. And something that happens to me sometimes when I'm like working on a video is that by the time I get to the end of the research phase, where it's like, okay, I've read a whole bunch of stuff about this thing. It's actually currently happening with the video I'm working on right now, but it's like at the end of this phase, I end up with this feeling of, well, doesn't just everybody know this? Right? Like, surely everybody just does. It's so easy to overassume that the things you know are the things that everybody else knows.
Doesn't everybody know who Scott of the Antarctic is?
Exactly, right? Perfect example, right? Absolutely perfect example. It's a thing that I'm bad at this, but I often try to remind myself, like, the world contains essentially an infinite amount of knowledge, right? Like there's an infinite number of things to know. And practically by definition, the people who are going to spread this video are going to be the people who didn't know this, right? Like the people who do know this are not going to be people who feel like, wow, I have to really share this on Twitter, because it's like a thing that's in their head. But I was really uncertain about how this video would do, because this was a case where I thought I might be on the wrong side of this. I was thinking like, I bet enough people don't know this, but I might be totally wrong. Like I might have just made a video called, "Did you know the moon goes around the earth?" Like there's a point at which people don't know that, and then there's a point at which people do, but you assume like essentially everybody who's old enough to be watching YouTube would know a fact like that.
Yeah.
So
there is also a point where you can be a big enough and famous enough explainer that everyone will share it too. I mean, you probably could make the moon goes around the earth, just like the Vsauce could make that video, and you'd be guaranteed a high baseline of sharing. But
yeah, but Vsauce would somehow, connect the moon going around the earth, and then all of a sudden we'd be talking about like how bread bakes. Like it would be all over the place, right? It
yeah,
would
of course.
be like, oh, and then how much does your shadow weigh? Like we can measure the shadow of the moon, right? And like you just know that's how a Vsauce video would go. I don't think a straightforward video about the moon going around the earth, in the same way I made a straightforward video about like how does traffic happen, I don't think that would go anywhere, even if I did it.
So obviously the mistake that you made with your self-driving car video is, I assume someone else animated it for you, because it didn't look like your animations.
Vastly beyond my skill level to animate.
It had some very nice visualizations in it, which was also very helpful to the video's success, I'm sure. But it also meant it was suddenly eminently stealable, because now it wasn't just some nerdy American guy explaining something cleverly. It had pretty pictures. And that means freebooters swoop. Here's some eye candy for us to feed to the masses.
Do you think that was my downfall? Is that it looked too good, and that's why I've now fallen into the realm of freebooting?
Well, it's not that it looked too good. It visualized what you're explaining. Normally, your craft and the thing that you do well is you explain things well with words, and the animation is almost just, a few little jokes and afterthoughts, and just to keep people occupied. But this time, the pictures did more than your words did. It was the pictures that told the story this time. And that's brilliant, Welcome to the medium of video, Gray.
Thank you. I genuinely have not really been involved in it. Like, and I don't even mean that as a joke. Like, because it is true. Like, my videos are not exactly videos in the same way that your videos are videos.
Yeah. So while I am welcoming you to the world of video with open arms, I am also welcoming you to the world of freebooting with open arms. So you obviously got freebooted like a wild man.
I did.
I know it, because most people who know that you don't read emails and tweets were alerting me to the freebooting of Gray's video. Thank you very much for that. You don't need to alert me to Gray's videos being freebooted. Just, it's bad enough when you alert me to mine.
No, I think you do need to know, Brady. The extra funny thing about this is I did have a suspicion that this one was going to be GIF booted. I thought, oh, there's a couple of sections in here where I can already see this just becoming a GIF on Imager and repeated like 28 million times. So I don't know if you saw, but on my blog, when I actually posted the video, I prepared for being GIF booted by GIF booting myself, by taking what I thought was like the most little iconic shot, which is a bunch of cars going around a circle. And in the video, you only see it for a few seconds, these cars going around a circle and a traffic wave going around in the opposite direction. So I thought, it'd be great. Have a GIF that's actually the complete thing, and let me try to watermark it with where it actually came from. So I'm adding value with this GIF. Like, here, internet, go ahead. GIF boot this all over the place. I didn't see a single person post it anywhere.
No.
It was like...
Why do that when you can just make your own from the video and put your watermark on it?
But I thought, like, look, this GIF is a perfect GIF. It's smooth, right? It goes all the way around. You couldn't even pull this out of the video if you wanted to. Nope. It's like, if you make a thing available, it's like it's no more fun anymore to GIF boot, right? No, I don't want that. I'm just going to take your whole video.
That's right, Gray. And I think one of the things that people don't understand about freebooting, I think a lot of people think freebooters are like altruistic and all they're trying to do is share the love. But no, most freebooters are not that. They're trying to build their own followings and their own base and their own Facebook page and their own reputation as a supplier of interesting content. They don't want to just share the love and maybe help Gray along the way. they're all about themselves and building themselves. And you've given them a nice, juicy piece of yummy content that they can take and then get all the glory for finding and sharing. And don't think that most freebooters are altruistic people. Most of them are not.
Yeah.
They're not these indie rebel pirates that are, trying to get the plans to the Death Star to save the galaxy. They're all about themselves.
And you're totally right. My attempt to pre-gift boot myself was doomed before it even started because I was just thinking about it in all the wrong way. I was thinking about the totally wrong audience because you're right. Every place where I saw that it had hundreds of thousands or millions of views was obviously just a professional content aggregator who does this all the time. The thing is, I wouldn't be so frustrated by this if... So I've done a couple of little experiments trying to put videos up on Facebook to see, like, what if I do what I think Facebook wants me to do, which is like embed my own videos using their actual player and put it up on Facebook. Like, I have done little tests in this direction to try to put my toe in the water. And the end result has always been like, oh, your videos do terribly on Facebook, right? Like, if you post your own video on Facebook, it just doesn't do very well. If somebody else posts your video on Facebook, millions of views, right? It's like, it's doubly frustrating. It's like Facebook, if you could make my own videos the source of all of these views, I would be much more likely to give in to what you want, which is to just put my own videos on there as well. But my own tests have said, like, this is not a useful endeavor. And so we end up in this negative feedback loop where it's like, I resent having a Facebook page in the first place, so I don't necessarily spend a lot of time on it. And that just feeds into the cycle of, like, when other people post your videos, it gets even more viral. It's very frustrating, and there is no way around it. But I do just want to say very quickly a quick thank you to everybody in my audience who reported all the various Facebook freebootings, because right after the video went up, there were some things that I had to attend to, so I couldn't actually spend a bunch of time filling out fun copyright forms on Facebook to try to get this stuff taken down. But I was quite pleased to see that when I did go back around to try to, after the fact, futilely, pointlessly try to get some of the stuff taken down, that essentially everything had already been reported into oblivion and removed. So thank you to my audience members who did report that stuff. I do appreciate it.
So I was going to ask if you sort of took action, because sometimes I get the impression that you're a little bit c'est la vie to the wild west of the internet, and you think, if you can't beat them, just let them go. But you were determined to try and get some of this stuff removed.
I go in cycles with this stuff. Sometimes it really bothers me. Sometimes I feel like you're trying to hold the tide back. Is spending an afternoon going down and chasing down all of the freebooters and actually ROI positive use of my time? Like, probably not, because they've already made the money that they're going to make. I'm not going to get anything back from this. It's like, it's already lost. Why do other people get to be like parasites off of the work that I do? And then I get riled up and do go around and try to handle this stuff. But so this time, when I was in a riled mood, I was pleasantly surprised to see that essentially my audience had taken care of it. So I was happy about that. Thank you, everybody. This episode is brought to you in part by Hover. When you have a great idea for your project or your website or your podcast, you need to give it a great domain name. And this is what you want Hover for. Finding that perfect domain is ridiculously easy with Hover. It's the one that I use all the time because it's just so fast and so simple. With Hover, you can get that domain registered before somebody else takes it out from underneath you. When you're trying to buy a domain name, you shouldn't have to opt out of page after page of add-ons that you don't want and don't need. That's why Hover just does domains and email. You can focus on what you're trying to get. There aren't 1,000 upsells. They're not trying to trick you into spending more money than you need to in a thing which can be really overcomplicated, but not with Hover. And most people don't realize that when you buy a domain name with most registrars, all of your contact information, your address, your name, your phone number, all of that is published online in places where marketers and spammers can find it and abuse it. Now, of course, other registrars will tell you, oh, well, if you don't want this to happen, you have to pay us more money to protect your privacy. But not Hover. Hover includes free Whois privacy with all supported domains to keep your information confidential, and it's one of the reasons I really like them. So, that idea in your head, that podcast that you want to do, whatever it is you have a name for, before somebody else steals it from you, go to hover.com, use promo code SPLITBRAIN, all one word at checkout, and save 10% off your first purchase and lock down that name of yours. Thanks so much to Hover for supporting the show.
You know how when you look at a word for too long, like sometimes it stops looking like a word?
Mm-hmm.
I've been looking at the word freebooting in the show notes for the last 5 or 6 minutes, and it no longer seems like a real word to me.
It's not a real word, Brady.
I know. Well, I know. Wouldn't that be tragic if the word freebooting stopped existing?
You don't look at it too long. Your neurons are just getting tired. You can't recognize the pattern anymore. That's all that's happening.
I have had an insanely crazy day. I don't think I've worked as hard as I did today for a long time.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So if I do start going a bit delirious, that's what's happening.
What time did you get up? 9 a.m.? Early Brady time?
No, about 8:30.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That is very early for you.
Yeah.
I'm
But I
impressed.
didn't have that period in the middle of the day where I just sort of go a bit fallow and do nothing and just surf the internet for an hour. Like I didn't have time for that.
Oh, my.
Yeah. I had to work through that.
Like you're in a coal mine, Brady. What was going on?
I know. And in between, and whenever I did have 5 or 10 minutes break, I had to do my homework for the part of the show that's coming up in a minute.
I'm glad you did your homework. I'm sure the listeners will appreciate it.
So quick update on Project Revolution.
What's going on with Project Revolution?
This is the vinyl episode of Hello Internet.
Of course, everybody's going to know it by its project name. Who wouldn't know it by its project
Of course.
name?
Of course. Yeah. Well, you didn't use the project name in the show notes, which secretly disappoints me. You just put record follow-up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So the initial pressing, that first little pressing we did, I think it would be fair to say sold out a little bit more quickly than was anticipated.
Yeah, it seemed like we dramatically underestimated the enthusiasm for the vinyl episode of the podcast. A thing that I thought would be like a funny little quirky one-off that some people might really treasure is like, oh, how many people can it possibly be? We worried that 250 was like, oh, we might have printed 10 times more than we need. But our estimates were very off, very off.
We got that wrong. We got that wrong in lots of ways.
Yes.
So I have arranged a second pressing that also sold out very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to arrange sort of another batch to be released. I'm learning a lot about business and
Oh, really?
and production and fulfillment and all sorts of things. I've bitten off more than I intended to chew, but I'm still excited because I don't know if it came across last time, but releasing a record is something that, like, as a kid, that would seem like you would never do. So doing it is like fulfilling a little, like, you know, a little dream, isn't it? Like a little thing. But I didn't realize all the hassle that would come with it. So I'm working through it. I'm still super excited about it. And I'm also very excited to say that yesterday I took delivery of the 5 test pressings.
Oh.
This is without all the sleeves and the artwork and the labels. It's just pure vinyl, just to test that the mold or the pressing thing they've made works. So I have got 5 copies and I have listened to it on a record player. And I'm happy to report it was successful.
Fantastic.
So it looks like we're going to be pressing the big green light on the more elaborate runs, and the artwork's going to all be printed up. So it's all go, and I will try to keep people informed via things like mail lists and Twitter and Patreon about any news about how it's going, and also availability of more units if and when they become available. Apologies to people who have missed out. Apologies to people who think the whole idea is ludicrous, and a massive thank you to people who think it's really cool, and an even more massive thank you to people who think it's so cool that they've bought one. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. And the thing that I have enjoyed seeing as well, especially in the beginning, since it seemed like we were quite supply constrained, was I did see a bunch of people through various means trying to arrange Hello Internet listening parties. Like, we sort of threw out the idea of like, oh, maybe people will do this as a thing. It warmed my heart to see people trying to arrange actual Hello Internet listening parties. And it's like, this whole project seems like ridiculous and fun, but I have to say, I really like the idea of the people who were able to get one of the early releases of the record, like opening up their homes, right, to a bunch of random other listeners and just like having a listening party for the show. I think that's absolutely fantastic that it's actually going to be happening in at least a few places. So that's just great. It makes me smile to think about that.
Are you going to go to one if you get an invite?
No, I've heard the show. I was there. I was at listening party 0, creation party.
Yeah. Now, just one little secret wink. If you did get one of the very, very first batch, your copy will be very, very subtly different to the subsequent releases. Only the trained eye will know how. Nothing about the actual sound or the episode is different.
Trip around
seconds.
A tiny little Hot Wheel road at the road, which is an send them authorization whose purpose is planetary.
this or one of
Light. And release the power. The center core will shut down and event this.
now. Stage 2 lock. This is ready. Stage 2 present. Go for launch. Launch. So,
Just a very, very small, subtle thing to do with the artwork will be different. So if you've got one of those first 250 uber limited editions, you can still feel good about yourself, still feel like your enthusiasm has been rewarded in the smallest way. Because I know people will appreciate that.
Yeah, and you have to visually mark up the differences between the printings. You have to have something so that the trained collectors can recognize which one of those records is the original 250 and which one is just a later printing. Just a later printing.
Just a later printing.
A later printing because of our massive error in estimating what people want.
I will be very curious to see if anybody spots or notices the little Easter egg there for those first 250. But please, if you are like some, compulsive collector who can't help yourself, please don't buy one of each because you have to have both. I promise you the difference is so small that it is not worth having both. Don't be like me, who probably would do that. Don't do it.
This sounds like the worst reverse psychology ever. Like, oh, please don't buy both copies of our sold out record on the black market, right? Don't do that at all. I know that you genuinely don't want people to do it, but you're doing this in the most unconvincing way possible that makes it sound like an exciting thing to do. That was terrible, Brady. That was absolutely terrible.
All right. Do it then. Do it.
Don't do it. Don't do it. It's really not worth it, people.
Don't do it. One is more than enough. Gray, a lot of people have asked, so we should just quickly touch on it. I don't know if either of us have anything to say about it. This is the YouTube scandal that has been running over the last few days that I'm sure by the time this comes out will have disappeared like all news stories. This is the demonetization of YouTube videos. How would you explain this story to people who have not had their Twitter feed filled with it?
I'm the worst person in the world to try to summarize this because I haven't been following it too closely. but it's a thing that came to my attention because it's a thing that struck some of my friends. Basically, what happened was about a week ago, as we're recording this, a bunch of people woke up to discover that YouTube had demonetized a bunch of their videos. So what that means is that YouTube was no longer running any ads on their videos. And this whole thing kind of started with a video by Philip DeFranco, who was the first major person, I think, who talked about it. And then has these things like, oh, here we go, YouTube drama, right? Like everybody wants to quickly get in on the act and kind of talk about it and get riled up about this issue. But the briefest way to explain what it is that YouTube has a set of content guidelines for things that they don't think are advertiser friendly, and so that they were demonetizing videos that had this kind of content. Now, the thing that makes this story a little bit worse is it was this big grumble. YouTube has implemented this policy, like, isn't this terrible? Everybody's absolutely furious about it. And then in a twist, which I feel like, I don't know if this is better or if this is worse, it has since turned out that this is a thing that YouTube has actually done since 2012 or so.
Yeah.
And it was only that they sent out all of the notifications about the demonetized videos like a week ago, right? So some people just woke up to like, hey, 100 of your videos are demonetized. And turns out they've been demonetized for years. Like, we just never told you. It's like, YouTube, as always, A+ communication skills with your creators. Just like, have a gold star. This is amazing. If you have some kind of policy, make sure to keep it secret for years and then suddenly tell everybody all at once with notifications about how they're not getting money. That is by far and away the best way to keep a situation calm and to keep a situation reasonable.
Before we come on to the issue itself, the thing about people not realizing that it was already going on, I don't know what to take from that. I don't know whether I should take from that some of these people are earning so much money from so many videos that some of the taps could be turned off and they don't know.
They didn't notice. Yeah.
Or do we earn such paltry sums from our videos that one of them could be turned off and we don't realize the tap has been turned off? I don't know what that says. Honestly, I mean, I feel like YouTube monetization is not particularly generous. And if a bunch of mine were turned off, I don't think I would realize. I had a quick scan today. I haven't gone through and had a look, but apparently it's easier to find out if it's happened or not. And as far as I can tell, I haven't found any of mine yet that have been demonetized. I thought it might be possible because I've got a bunch of chemistry videos that deal with things like bombs and various chemicals and sarin gas and things like that. Because this demonetization, which we'll come to in a minute, has been done algorithmically. So I thought, I wonder if a whole bunch of my chemistry videos about uranium and atom bombs and, terrorist attacks, have they all been demonetized? I wouldn't be surprised if they had. And I don't even know where my notification emails go. So I don't know if it's happened to me or not. Had it happened to any of your videos? I'm imagining you would notice because you're just thorough.
I mean, the thing is, going along with what you're saying before, like, I would notice, and it has happened to me, if a video is not monetized on the day it goes up.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Like, right, that's a thing. Because I have rarer videos and because the spikes contribute much more to like what is the annual take, I would definitely notice. And on the occasions where for unexplained reasons, which I now wonder if in retrospect this was part of the dragnet these videos were caught up in, but I have on occasion had videos just refuse to be monetized on YouTube, which is just like a bizarre thing. Like they go up, everything is fine, and then like, nope, no monetization for you for many hours, and then, it comes back up for some reason, like who knows? I don't know if that was the case, but yes, the YouTube ad rates are not great, and it is definitely the case that even though I have a ton of spreadsheets to track all of like my statistics on YouTube, I think it'd be very easy if a video from a couple years ago got demonetized that I would just never notice.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, how much does it earn in a particular day? Like not very much at all. It'd be so easy to never know. So it is kind of funny when some channels didn't notice that they had hundreds of videos demonetized.
Yeah.
You can understand how that would happen
Yeah.
if they got demonetized 2 days after they went live instead
Yeah.
of being demonetized immediately.
Yeah. Yeah, so the fact it's done algorithmically has been causing this problem, and now people, if it's happened to them, can press some appeal button apparently, and a human will look at it and remonetize it. I don't know how quickly that happens. It probably depends how important you are and how noisy you are.
As far as I can tell, it depends probably directly on, have you uploaded a video complaining about YouTube on YouTube? Right? That's probably how they prioritize that, right?
Yeah.
Do you have a big, loud, screaming video right now about your problem? Front of the queue, right? That's probably how they would do it.
Maybe.
The thing about this that is, I think, caused people to kind of freak out about it is not just the question of the lost revenue, but the way this works is YouTube deciding what is and is not advertiser friendly. And so they have a list of things, some of which seem more or less reasonable than others, but like looking down the list of like, why would your video be demonetized? And the reasons are sexually suggestive content, violence, okay, fine, promotion of drugs and related substances. Is like, okay, maybe where drug is a little bit unclear and different in very many places, but like, okay, sort of. Then you get down to inappropriate language, including harassment. It's like, okay, the word harassment is very hard to disagree with, but like, what precisely does that mean? But then you get into the thing which it feels like, oh, did my mom write this? And like, including swearing and vulgar language. It's like, oh, okay, you don't like curse words anymore, YouTube? It's like, this is not okay for advertisers. Advertisers are going to need to pull over the fainting couch because somebody said a bad word. Like, all right. And then the one on the bottom, which I think probably got everybody really angry, was controversial or sensitive subjects and events, including subjects related to war, political conflicts, natural disasters, and tragedies, even if graphic imagery is not shown. These are the list of things that could get your video demonetized if you have them in your video. What do you think about that, Brady?
Well, the first thing that surprised me about this, I'm surprised this is not happening, but maybe it is happening. I'm surprised there aren't gradations of this. I'm surprised YouTube hasn't got like super lily white stuff that people can advertise on if they want to sell children's toys. And then if you're a brand that wants to advertise on something a bit edgier with a bit of swearing and stuff and a bit of politics, then you can go into that category. I'm surprised it's so black and white that this can be advertised on and this can't be. I would have thought it would be a little bit more cherry picked, and I wouldn't be surprised if we were being siloed off. You know, if you want to advertise on something smart and nerdy, here are all the education channels, and if you want to advertise on something a bit edgy and cool because you're trying to sell Coca-Cola or something, then you can advertise on that. And if you want to advertise on something that's really safe and banal, then here's this category. But it seems like YouTube have just said there's a yes and a no, and that must make life really difficult for them, I would imagine.
This to me is the most bizarre aspect of the whole thing. Like when I first came across this, at the height when everybody was absolutely furious about it, my main thought was like, okay, I'm not one for censorship and conspiracy theory things, but the way this is rolled out, as you said, is like a black and white in or out. Like things can be advertised against or things cannot be advertised against. It does kind of strike me as a tool to just punish people YouTube doesn't like. I mean, these categories are pretty broad for a lot of channels, like especially given like how plastic some of these words are. And I agree. The fact that it's set up like that, it makes me kind of suspicious because I would feel like, okay, YouTube, obviously you would want to maximize revenue from your ads. Why wouldn't you let advertisers choose what they want to advertise against? And the first thing that popped into my mind is, I don't know if it's still the case or if this is gone, but YouTube, I know, at least at one point, had a special edition of YouTube, which was just for schools. So if you were a primary school and you wanted your students to be able to have access to YouTube, but you didn't want them to be able to have access to all of YouTube, YouTube had curated a bunch of channels that were approved for like primary school level and above. And I know I was on this list because someone at YouTube at one point told me, like, oh, I'm one of these channels that's on like the school safe version of YouTube. And they made some vague remarks about like, so don't do anything like really terrible. Some guy at YouTube tells me I'm on a list and to not do things that are really terrible. Like, could I get an official notification about this? Could I get some guidelines about what I should or should not do? Like, no? Okay, a guy like whispers to me on a street that there's a thing. Like, okay, whatever.
It's called whitelisting, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was like a whitelisting for schools.
Yeah.
And that to me seems like if you want to have stuff for advertisers, you already have some kind of base to start with. Presumably the same things that would be whitelisted for schools would be the safest of the safest things in the world to advertise against.
Yeah.
And then have some gradations of what it is. But it feels to me almost like YouTube is begging for competitors to exist. This feels like you're cutting off monetization from advertisers who might want to advertise against sexually suggestive content, right? Or who might want to advertise against political conflicts. Like, surely there are companies out there that would want to give you money to advertise against those things. Let a little auction, which is the heart of your business, like let a little auction sort that out and have one of the auction categories be like, here are channels that are whitelisted. Here's a bunch of channels that we haven't made any comments about, like whatever. And then here are comments that we have labeled as failing our standards of like language, right? But you can choose to advertise against channels where people curse if you want to. I don't get it. I don't get it.
I mean, in some sympathy to YouTube and to show how they're between a rock and a hard place, you know what would happen? They would start setting up all these gradations, and then someone like Philip DeFranco will find out that he's in a category he doesn't want to be in, and Coca-Cola can't advertise against his videos, and he'll upload a video again saying, hashtag YouTube sucks. Look what they've done. They've miscategorized me. So people are still going to whinge.
People are still going to whinge, but I think like you don't have a right to have Coca-Cola advertise on your channel. Like Coca-Cola gets to make that decision about who they want to advertise against.
Yeah, but Coca-Cola might not be making a decision quite that fine-grained. They're not going to be saying, I want to advertise on CGP Grey, but I don't want to advertise on Numberphile. They're just going to be saying, I want to advertise in the category edgy, or I want to advertise in the category child-friendly, and so it won't come down to them saying what channel they want. It'll come down to them saying what batch of channels they want, and then people will start complaining they're in the wrong batch and therefore not making enough money and whinging.
I agree with that, right? People will always complain that they're not in the appropriate place. Someone will always complain that their channel is miscategorized, but I still think that makes it a much better problem than the problem of like, you can have advertisements against your videos. You can't have advertisements against your videos. Right? Again, for a company as big and as complicated as YouTube, it's such a binary thing. Like you can't have more gradations of this. And then, as you mentioned before, the thing that really doesn't help is it seems like it was just done entirely algorithmically. And as best I can tell from talking to people, essentially based on tags. So I knew people who had pretty innocuous videos that ended up getting demonetized because their tags seemed like things that would be related to like violence or controversy, but the actual video itself is like, man, if this isn't okay, then like nothing is okay.
What's like an example of that? Even like a hypothetical example? You mean someone who maybe did something about the history of gun manufacturing or something, and they had guns in their tag, and therefore people thought it was a violence video? Or
that's exactly the kind of thing that happened, right? Like, you have a word related to it, like gun, and then they're just like, oh, this video is demonetized because obviously guns are related to violence. Like, there's no other reason why you would tag a video with guns.
I can't believe it's as coarse as that, though, the algorithm, because I've got videos that have got things like guns in them, and like I said, all these chemistry videos involving all these words. Maybe I have been demonetized and I haven't realized it yet, but it just seems like I think there must be more to the algorithm than that, surely.
Here's the thing. Probably. But this is, again, with YouTube and their continual lack of communication. Who knows? So while I was traveling recently, I somehow ended up with my wife in a photo gallery. And so in the course of the salesman talking to us, he's pointing out their glass frames. Look at these glass frames, he says. They go edge to edge. Wouldn't you love to have a photograph behind this sheet of glass? Wouldn't you just love to have that in your house at the cost of mere thousands of dollars? And in my head, the only thing I could think of the whole time was, dude, there is no way you're selling me this ridiculously expensive, shockingly heavy photograph when a company like Fracture exists. FractureMe.com is the place that you should go to get your photos printed directly on to glass. So if you go on vacation, if you take some beautiful vacation shots and you want them up in your house, Fracture is the place to go. It'll be printed on this edge-to-edge sheet of glass that arrives at your house, laser cut with a rigid backing so it's ready to display right out of the box. And as I discovered when I ordered a Fracture, when I'm thinking, oh, it's made of glass, like this ridiculous thing in this artsy photo gallery, it must weigh a ton. No, they're shockingly light. They're really, really shockingly light. Right in the box, they include the wall anchor, so you can just set that up, boom, photo on the wall, beautiful image, appreciated. So if you want to bring a special memory to life, give a unique gift, or decorate your home with the moments of your life, FractureMe.com is the way to go. Without a doubt, no questions about it. And Fracture wants to see your Hello Internet Halloween costumes. Use the hashtag HalloweenInternet and show them your best costumes, decorations, or Halloween activities. And Fracture is going to pick 3 winners on November 2nd to receive a $100 Fracture gift card. So start plotting now your best Halloween costumes and show them to Fracture. Now, when you go to order your Fracture, you're going to go to fractureme.com/podcast and select Hello Internet as the place that you heard about them, so that Fracture knows where you've come from, and it'll also give you 10% off of your first order. Thanks to Fracture for supporting the show and for decorating the walls of the world.
Do you know what? I hate homework.
Oh, yeah?
And when I look back at my years at school, I think it is absolutely remarkable that I managed to get through school and graduate from high school doing as little homework as I did. I hardly ever remember doing homework. I was the master of not doing homework. And I don't know how I did it. I obviously just figured out what was going to get checked and what was not, and what the bare minimum was. And I remember spending many a lunch break or a recess time hurriedly scribbling out some answers to math questions so that I wouldn't get in trouble. I hate homework.
That's the way to go, Brady. Like, hey, if you're a student and you're doing homework at home, you're a sucker, right? You haven't figured out the system. Homework at home. No, homework is for the moments you can find in the school day.
I still today, I know you don't like me talking about dreams, but I still today have anxiety dreams where I'm walking into a math classroom having not done homework that I have to have done, and I know I'm about to get the pain. But then a deep calm comes over me because I realize I'm not at school anymore, and I have a job and I don't have to do homework, and I walk into the classroom feeling almost invincible now, knowing that if I get told off, I'm just going to say, well, who cares? I'm going back to my job.
Is this all in the dream? You're telling the teacher in the dream that you're actually a grown-up dreaming and you have a job? Is this what your dream is?
Yeah, in the dream I've gone back to school, but then have the calm realization that it doesn't matter if I am unsuccessful or get in trouble because I have this ultimate fallback of a career that I already have.
Right, because it's a dream. Because it doesn't matter what's happening there.
I'm just saying that homework is something I have such a dislike of that even now I still dream about it.
I'm sorry to hear that, Brady. But many people do because it's traumatic, life-sucking, pointless exercise.
That said...
Which brings us to today.
We had homework. The crazy thing is, this movie we had to watch for our homework, I had already watched, but I felt like I needed to watch it again so it was fresh in my mind. But I didn't have time to watch it, so I was snatching 10 minutes here and 10 minutes there during my day, watching it while things were rendering or uploading, or I was feeding the dogs. Oh, quick, I'll watch another 10 minutes. And I managed to watch the whole film today.
But you know what I like? You just did homework the way you used to do homework.
Yeah.
Right? Spare minutes during the day. Ooh, I've got 7 minutes between social studies and math. Quick, I've got to watch this movie for film history class. Nothing has changed, Brady. Nothing has changed.
How true that is. Did you do your homework?
I did my homework. I had a slight nervous reaction of oh God, I might be late with my homework. And this time it'll actually matter because we're recording a podcast. It's not like in school where it doesn't matter. because I foolishly didn't think about trying to buy and download it ahead of time and have it all ready. So I did have very many panicky moments trying to find a place to stream it over my internet connections that I could watch it, because Apple was like, hey, wouldn't you like to download a 4 gigabyte version of this movie? It's like, no, Apple, I would not. I just want to stream it. I just want to watch it now. I have exactly 2 hours to watch this hour-and-a-half long movie before I need to be somewhere. So luckily, I got it done, but I was also cutting my homework very, very close.
Had you seen it before, or was this your first time?
I had watched it just over a year ago. This was a movie that I do have to say, again, to the audience, much appreciated. Many, many people recommended that I watch this movie. And if you want to dramatically increase the chance that I'm actually going to watch a movie that you recommend, the way to do it, which everybody did for this one, is just simply say, you should really watch movie title. That's all you need to say. Don't say anything else. Don't say even what it's about. And in the aggregate, I kind of pay attention to what are a lot of people saying, what are a lot of people recommending, and if it reaches a kind of threshold, I will watch it. And so this was one of those movies, enough people recommended it to me, and I went into it essentially cold, knowing almost nothing about it.
Are we having some kind of standoff here because neither of us wants to be the first to try and pronounce it?
Ex Machina.
I did look up like the director and actor being interviewed on YouTube about it so I could hear how they pronounced it.
Is that correct? Did we get it right?
It was like that pretty much. That's close enough.
Fantastic.
It's not Ex Machina, it's Ex Machina.
Okay, so it is then like Deus Ex Machina, like we were guessing last time.
All right.
Perfect. Nailed it.
That's the film. We'd both seen it before quite a while ago. We've both rewatched it, so it's fresh in our mind. Spoilers probably are starting in the near future.
Spoilers starting very soon. If you haven't watched it and want to listen to us talk about it, go watch the movie right now. I know some of you listening to me right now won't do this. You're just letting that play button roll on and depriving yourself of the actual experience of watching a movie and then hearing a discussion about it so things make sense in the world. I'm really trying to convince you not to do that, but I know some of you will anyway, and I don't understand you people.
Careful, Gray, because you hurt the podcast by doing this. The number of times I see messages from people saying, oh, I stopped listening to your podcast to episode 16 and I finally got around to watching that film that you told me I could watch. So now I'm starting the podcast again from there. And they've basically been on pause for 50 episodes.
No, but that's not the way to do that. Okay, if you're one of those listeners, look, this is how you do this. It's very simple, okay? Listen to your old buddy Gray. You pause the podcast, which has the discussion of the thing that you're going to watch, but you can listen to the next episode.
Yeah.
You can keep going on and you keep this one on hold.
Yeah, we're not stupid. We're not going to spoil the film in all subsequent episodes as well.
Right. This doesn't become an ongoing topic of conversation.
Although we have got form in that area, so I can see why people would think we'd just rabbit on.
Yeah. So just pause this one and you can listen to the next one. And when you watch the movie, you come back to this one. This is what I do with podcasts. I have a bunch that are in my queue waiting sometimes for very many months until I eventually see the thing that they're going to discuss. And then I listen. It's very simple. You don't have to stop listening to the podcast, but maybe stop listening to this one.
Well, with the film Ex Machina, I'm going to be pretty dependent on you here, Gray, because I have no notes.
Wow.
And the reason is, every time something came up as a note or something I wanted to talk about, something else would come up later on that made me cross it out.
Oh yeah?
So we might come to that later, but I have surprisingly little to say about the film. So maybe you should start proceedings. You know how I'm going to insist you start, and I know you don't want to do it, but you know how I always want you to start when we talk about movies.
Why?
It's essential, Gray.
It is not essential that I lay out my opinion first. No.
Because it colours everything. Because otherwise I feel like you're trying to play tricks. We need to do the inverted pyramid of journalism, the most important thing first, and then everything flows from that.
The inverted pyramid?
Yeah. You know what the inverted pyramid is in journalism?
No, this means nothing to me.
In newspaper journalism, you always put the most important facts at the top, and the importance of facts descends as you go down the story, like an inverted pyramid, till the most trivial and unimportant facts are at the bottom. And you may think this is purely because out of respect for the readers who are in a hurry and they need information quickly. And it is partly that. But the main reason is from the times of old school newspapers when things would just be cut to fit into slots in a newspaper. So you had to always think, if my story gets cut from the bottom, I have to make sure the things that get cut matter the least.
Oh, that's actually quite interesting. I didn't know that. So if your story was just too long, they're like, whatever, we're going to take out the bottom 2 paragraphs?
Yeah, like if they were in a hurry or another story broke and they needed to cut yours in a hurry, a sub-editor would just cut sometimes almost arbitrarily. So if you were being a CGP Grey and trying to say if the film was good or bad in your final triumphant sentence, that sentence could be gone altogether.
Wow, journalism sounds like a great job.
This is not an Agatha Christie, Grey. I don't want to find out in the final twisting sentence whether or not you liked the film. I want to know if you liked the film or not, and then I want to hear why. And it doesn't mean you can't criticise it or praise it after that. But if I have no idea what you think of the film, I can't do it.
All
Okay?
right, I will, as usual, cave to your Brady demands, like
Thank
I
you.
always do.
Thank you.
Okay, so the reason why before this episode, I particularly pressed people to watch this movie just cold. Like, just watch it without knowing anything about it, because I think this is really an example of a movie that benefits a lot from knowing very little about it. Because in some ways, this is a movie where not a whole lot happens. Like, it's an hour and a half long, and the number of events that actually occurs is quite small. I feel like what this movie is doing is just slowly revealing little pieces of information to you in scenes. There's almost something about it to me which feels like a stage play, where it's like, here is a scene, here is another little scene, like, and here's the information that's conveyed in this moment, and then we're going to go on to the next one. And if you know the premise of the movie ahead of time, is like, there is very little that's kind of interesting here the first time you watch it. You feel like you're just waiting for a thing to happen, which really only happens in the final few moments of the movie. So I just think this is a great example of, like, don't know about the movie, just watch it. And I really like this movie, but I think a huge portion of that is having watched it for the first time without knowing about it. I think if I had really known even 2 or 3 facts about the movie, I think it would just totally have changed the first experience of watching it and made it like almost boring because of the lack of things that are occurring.
Do you know what? It's really funny that you say that, because I liked it much more the second time watching it, when I knew the story and what was happening. I liked it the first time, but I liked it much more the second time.
Now, I'm not saying that I didn't like it the second time. There's a bunch of stuff that I really tuned into the second time around that I didn't tune into the first time. What I am saying is, like, if I'd known about it in more detail the first time, the experience of the movie would have been just like changed and different. And I feel like I couldn't be like, oh, this is a really good movie. Like, I like this movie a lot. Because the first time you see something, I feel like you carry that experience with you in subsequent viewings.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's like watching Star Wars. If you know nothing about Star Wars and you just watch it, like, you're amazed at things and you have a great time, and you carry that feeling forward in future viewings. And that's, I think, at least I find that's the case with any movie. If you're surprised the first time you watch it, you feel it other times.
Even with something like The Usual Suspects and films like that, where you can enjoy them multiple times for the same reason.
Yeah, that's a good example. And it's the same thing of like, I watched The Usual Suspects without knowing anything about it. And in particular scenes, even on subsequent viewings, I feel like a glimmer of what I felt the first time.
Yeah.
Whereas if you knew about it ahead of time, that wouldn't happen.
Okay, so it gets a thumbs up from you.
Yeah, definitely gets a thumbs up from me. What about you, Brady?
It gets a big thumbs up from me too. But I knew you'd give it the thumbs up, and it just makes me mad at you about the whole her thing, but we'll come to that later.
Why does it make you mad about her?
All right, I'll deal with this now, and then we can get to the business of the film itself. All right.
Okay.
Don't get me wrong. I understand that Ex Machina is a different film to her, and it deals with different issues and things like that, right? But you would put them in the same genre. They are both artificial intelligence. They are both about a relationship between a man and a female AI, funnily enough, as well. They have similarities. They also have differences. I think both films are very good. I would say I think both films are probably equally good, I would say. If I was marking them out of 10, I'd give them pretty much the same mark. I know that you don't like Her,
Nope.
but you do like this film. And the reason that makes me mad, and you will deny this, but I refuse to accept it, and that is Ex Machina is so much more your style than Her. I knew you would be bamboozled and dazzled by Ex Machina's style. The house he lives in is your perfect house, and like it's your perfect house. It's sparsely furnished, but it's also got some natural rock in it, and it's got like nice views of nature. But it's so you, and everything about the film is so stylistically you. It's so your sensibility. And Her, on the other hand, it's got this kind of 70s HI vinyl edition look to it, and it's kind of a bit dated and twee. And also, Ex Machina has like so little human interaction. There are hardly any actors in it. And it's so clean and sterile. And yet Her, he goes to the beach and gets sand on his feet, and he has to move amongst crowds of people. And it's all the things Gray wouldn't like. And I think both films, while being different and having different stories to tell, have a lot of similar things about them and a similar thrust. And I think one of them was dressed up in Gray clothing and one of them was dressed up in Brady clothing, and that has influenced your review.
Okay.
I've got that off my chest. You can deny it now, but I refuse to believe it.
Okay. I feel the need to read to you, word for word, the first note that I wrote about the movie.
Okay.
Holy shit, do I want that house? No words. Stone, glass, wood, metal.
Yeah. It was like your dream house. And I know you said Her was well done, and you respected that, but I think the style of Her versus the style of Ex Machina is what swayed you. And if you could have seen through that, I think you would have to say both films are good. Anyway, I've got that off my chest.
I'm glad you got that off your chest. It's funny because I never thought of Her once in either viewing of this movie. It just never even crossed my mind as an even vaguely related film. Oh, I guess you're right. I guess it is about two male characters' relationships with a female AI. Like, never crossed my mind that there was any kind of similarity there.
And the AI turning and, oh, God, bloody hell, Gray. What planet do you live on? Anyway, let's talk about this film. I know I'm never going to change your mind about Her. Let's talk about this film, which we both seem to think was good.
First of all, that house, right? Amazing. Even you have to admit, that's an amazing house.
For 3010. It was an amazing house. It would not be a nice place to live long term for me.
It would be amazing.
Yeah, it's a bit soulless. It's a bit like a try-hard, New York hotel or something.
Soulless or the apex of gorgeous? I'm going to go with the apex of gorgeous. I have to admit, second viewing, many of those scenes where those two guys are talking, I'm just looking at the house like, wow, look at those beautiful glass windows. Look at that amazing view. Look at the stone in the main room of this guy's house.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
I knew you'd like that stone in the room.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
Cool house. Yeah, very cool house. I would love to go and spend like a few weeks there on a holiday and go walking up around the rivers there and stuff and all that. But it doesn't have a lot of the soul of the people who own it in it. It's got a bit. It's got a couple of nice paintings and sculptures, I guess. But it's a cool place, Gray. Don't get me wrong.
If I lived in that house, that would be my soul embodied in a house.
It's super cool. Do you know what, Gray? When I was a kid, that would have been my dream house. Just like when I was a kid, my dream car is like, Kit from Knight Rider.
Right.
And I feel like a lot of people grow out of that kind of ultra modern futuristic thing. And I feel like you never will.
But see, you're entirely wrong. I feel like I have grown into that as I've gotten
Right.
older, right? I'm not sure I ever cared, but this is a style that the more I have ever noticed it as I have gotten older, the more it's like, yes, this is exactly what I want. This is what I will aspire towards for the rest of my life, is to have a house like that.
It is awesome.
Okay, we've discussed the house. I have gotten that out of my system. We don't have to continue to talk about it, but it was just like, man, bullet point number one.
For people who haven't seen the film, maybe we should explain the story and the house. I'm not going to explain too much. I just want people to have the very rough setup. The film starts with some kind of programming nerd getting a message to say that he's won some lottery. from his boss. He works for the future equivalent of Google, a big search engine company that's owned by this insanely rich multi-billionaire.
Yeah.
And the prize he's won is that he's going to get to spend a week with the owner of the business. He thinks it's just like a perk that he has somehow won. This is all dealt with very quickly. He's helicoptered off to this incredible estate in this incredible piece of nature with glaciers and mountains and rivers and forests. And he's taken to the house of this billionaire who is a pretty cool guy who lives in this incredible house set in sort of almost in the sort of the side of a river on this estate. And it's this cool house that Gray talked about. He gets there. He doesn't know what to expect. The boss kind of lives there alone as far as he can tell. He's this kind of recluse, but very technological. And at this point, it is revealed to him that what he is going to do is he's going to apply a Turing test to this robot artificial intelligence that the billionaire has made. He is introduced to this robot and he's just told, just sit with it. On the other side of a glass screen, the robot is sort of glassed off, which gives us some feeling that maybe it has to be glassed off for a reason. And he's told, apply a Turing test to it. Just spend time with it and see what you think. That's the setup. That's how the film starts, basically. So the structure of the film is he spends time with this robot, chatting to it as a little set piece. And then usually this is intercut with him interacting with the billionaire saying, what do you think? How did it go? And the story unfolds through these two threads, this character's interaction with the robot and then his interactions with the billionaire owner and creator of the robot, of the AI.
It's this structure that to me makes the movie feel almost play-like. That it's so formulaic. It's like 6 swappings back and forth between Caleb, the main character, talking to Ava, the robot, and then Caleb talking to Nathan, the billionaire. And then they go back and back again. And I think it's literally just 6 swappings, and then the end of the movie is the way that works. Now, the very first thing you say there that already just sort of caught my attention was, would you describe Nathan, the billionaire, as a cool guy? Like you said, he comes off as a very cool guy. Do you think that's the way he is as a character?
Yes, I would. He's got a cool house. He's rich. He's fit. He's always working out. He's muscular. I would say he's a good-looking guy. I think he's someone who you would categorize as cool, as opposed to our main character, who's kind of skinny and a little bit less confident, quite smart, but the two juxtaposed with each other. You know, I feel like Nathan is very alpha. Of course he is. He's the billionaire and he's the boss. But, you know, he's cool and he drinks and he says, come on, let's not be formal. Let's just be mates. He's like the guy's guy, isn't he? To use a real cliche.
Okay, so this is kind of a note that I had at the end, but I think I'm just going to pull it towards the beginning because I feel like it sums up the movie to me, and I was so much more aware of it on the second viewing. I think the reason I like this movie is, like, obviously the topic appeals to me, and of course the setting appeals to me, but I really think it's 3 fantastic performances by 3 actors that are all kind of focused around this idea of, like, I don't have a better word for it, but kind of like awkwardness. And I'm so aware in the very first scene, like the meeting between Caleb, the employee, and Nathan, the billionaire, like right away, it feels like there's a clanging of their personalities. Like they don't get along. And I feel like Nathan makes all of the gestures of, like you said, being like a kind of alpha, but also cool, friendly guy. But my reading in the performance is like all of them fall kind of flat. And so I feel like he has a kind of awkwardness that, because of his bearing and his position and his confidence, actually comes off as kind of threatening. Whereas Caleb, his foil in this movie, I feel like his awkwardness is like, he's kind of a loser. You know, he's like not a great guy. And then I think Ava the robot, like the awkwardness there alternates between alien and innocent. But I feel like every scene in the movie is 2 characters having a conversation with each other, and they're always interacting in this awkward or stilted manner. Like nothing ever goes really smoothly in any of the conversations for the entire movie. Like I think that that's the way it kind of plays out in every scene for me.
Okay.
Do you disagree?
Yeah, I disagree about Nathan. I think like there is a menace to him. Definitely, he's a bit unpredictable, and you never know where he's coming from. And there's a temper to him, which is shown early to us when he gets angry at his assistant. We're always supposed to find him a little bit unpredictable, and we never know if he's a good guy or a bad guy. And that's also set up by the conversations that happen behind his back, where Ava is constantly telling Caleb, you know, he's a bad man. So there is like an unpredictable edginess to Nathan. I never feel like he's awkward. I always feel like he's in control, and we're supposed to think that, is Caleb getting the better of him? Like, is he losing control? And then he sort of, towards the end of the film, we realise, actually, no, he's been in control more than we realise all along. I mean, obviously, he comes unstitched and he loses the battle. But I feel like until that point, until he is gotten the better of, I feel like he's the alpha. I don't feel like he's awkward. I feel like he's just in control of everything. He's playing Caleb. He's trying to play Ava, which is getting harder and harder because of the nature of her. But I never felt like he was an awkward guy. I felt like he was quite relatable. I do agree that all the performances are great. There's just the right level of awkwardness of everyone. It's all very real and believable.
I guess what I mean is like awkwardness applies, I think, better to Caleb and Ava as a word for some of their interactions. But even with Nathan, when you're watching it, there are several scenes where, at least ostensibly, he's trying to get Caleb to relax. But the reason why I say like relax is every one of his like buddy, hey, don't worry about the situation remarks, like every single one of them kind of makes it worse.
Yeah.
Like nothing he does actually ever puts Caleb at ease.
No, well, it's because he's so impatient, though. That's the thing that comes to me about Nathan. Like, he's so impatient. He feels so far above Caleb that he knows he has to like be friends with him to make things work and like to do what he's trying to do. But he doesn't want to be his mate. He doesn't want to be spending his time with him. And he keeps falling out of that. Like his impatience to get thing, you know, I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about this.
Right.
His impatience shines through more than awkwardness. He struggles to be that Mr. Nice Guy with Caleb because he feels so above him and wants to crack on. Yeah. And that is obvious.
Or even just in a lot of the scenes, he's like, can we just be two guys having a beer? And again, because I think they're both acting very well, in almost every single one of those scenes, you can't help but notice, like, Caleb is always nursing his beers, like he clearly doesn't actually want to drink all that much, where Nathan obviously does. But again, to me, it strikes as a kind of like, Nathan's idea of the two of them relaxing together does not put Caleb at ease. Like everything he does in every scene, in every situation, just makes it worse, right? He's like, I know you're having a moment here, but let's just forget the fact that you're my employee and I'm your employer, and let's just be here. It's like, no, dude, if you're trying to actually put someone at ease, you don't highlight the disparity again. I think that's just so much of his character, and that's why I use the word threatening is the word of like, I just feel like a lot of his interactions come off in that kind of way. Like, relax and just remember that I own you, right? Relax and remember that we're in this place all on our own, right? Just chill out, man.
Well, he is supposed to be the villain of the film, isn't he? Like, he is the villain of the film, but like, he's always supposed to be that character. We're supposed to like Caleb. He's our hero, isn't he? He's our Luke Skywalker. He's the innocent guy. He's us.
Oh, worst hero ever.
Yeah, okay, but that's what he is. He's the relatable one, because we're not going to relate to a robot or a billionaire. So he's the relatable one. And there is a kind of a love story going on here, whether you admit it or not. There is a will they or won't they. Mm-hmm. Funnily enough, part of the love story is, does she love him at all? Mm-hmm. But the robot is very likable. She's trapped. She's a prisoner. She's beautiful and has these big doe eyes and looks like this poor trapped girl, and, you know, she's obviously doing that on purpose. So there's no one to dislike other than Nathan. So he is supposed to be the villain of the film. So that menace about him is good, is clever.
Oh, yeah.
It's well done.
It's really well done. There's a few things that this movie doesn't do that I like. And one of them is I really love the character of Nathan because they didn't do the standard, we're going to have an obviously semi-autistic person who is the head of this billion-dollar software company. Like, that's not his character at all. It feels like they went in just totally the opposite direction in every way they could when you think about like what is the stereotype of someone who runs a gigantic technology company, probably doesn't work out all the time. Like I absolutely love the fact like so many scenes where they show Nathan, he's working out, like he's clearly very physically fit. I just love they don't have like the standard CEO, and I think he's a great character that is not that character.
I agree, he's a great character, great. I don't think that it's true that, I think in modern media these days, it's more of a trope to have your tech billionaire be kind of cool and wear jeans and be like more hip. I don't think they're breaking the mold by making the tech billionaire a cool guy. I think there are lots of TV shows and things now where the tech billionaire is cool guy.
I cannot agree with the assessment of him as cool guy. Like, if I find that very interesting that you keep going back to that, because like my take on that character, like nothing about him reads as cool to me. Like I will agree, like he reads as a guy who's in control of the situation, like he's on top of stuff, he's very confident, but there's a different thing which is like coolness, which he definitely doesn't have, at least to me anyway, when I see him on screen.
We obviously see him differently. Obviously, he's deeply flawed.
Right.
And the whole film I spend thinking he's doing a lot of unlikable things. I'm not saying I like him or think he's the hero, but I think from the start, he's just like, yeah, man, he's cool. Look at him, man. He's just like in his cool house, cracking open a beer. He's not affected by his fortune. I feel like he's comfortable in his own skin, except that he's got this dweeby guy that he's having to hang out with that
Avril in re-entry. See how Tom
booster boost valve shutdown. Center core boost backbone shutdown. NY lock slide complete.
Stand by for 9.
SpaceX Falcon Heavy, go for launch. Falcon Heavy is configured for flight.
T-minus 15, stand by for terminal count. 10, 9, 8,
Side booster ignition.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
way too cool for, and he's having to accommodate.
That I can agree with. Again, the thing I find remarkable about this when I think about this movie, like there are these three great performances, and we'll get to Ava in a moment. But what I also find is it's a movie with, at least from my perspective, no one to root for. Like, you're not rooting for Nathan. I at least am not rooting for Ava. And I also find, I guess Caleb is supposed to be the protagonist, but I really just find his awkward loseriness so repulsive that I have a hard time feeling like this is our guy. Like, this is the main character we're supposed to be going along with. So it's like, I can't even really root for Caleb either. And particularly for reasons we'll get to at the end. It's just like, it feels like you're a sucker right from the start. Like, that's the way it feels to me with Caleb.
I don't know, Gray. I think maybe you're showing your lack of soppiness there, because I think, like, if you don't think about the twists that are coming and a few of the things that are going on, there is like a base level thing with the love story between Caleb and Ava, like, you know, because he falls for her, doesn't he? And you hope that she's fallen for him, and what will happen? Will he save her? Will they ever have a kiss? To put it simply.
Okay.
There is that going on. Like, there's this little love story, and can the knight save her from her tower, from the big bad captor? And when you're saying, who do I root for? That's who you root for. You're rooting for the couple. You're rooting for him to break her out of prison and have a kiss on the horse and ride off into the sunset.
Okay, well then we have to get to this right away, because this to me gets to another one of the things that I think is like the core interestingness of talking about this movie with other people. So let's discuss Ava, right? Ava, the character who has been created by Nathan. She is a robot. She has some level of artificial intelligence. She can carry on conversations. And again, another fantastic performance by the actress, and everything about just like the physical design of this character, I think, is amazing. The way she moves, the actress does a fantastic job of having her move in a very deliberate way, but again, not in a stereotypical, like, I am a robot, I am moving so awkwardly. Like, she just moves strangely. The actress really pulls that off.
She's very ably assisted by the sound design that goes with her movements.
Oh my God. I don't know who did the sound design for this movie, but somebody should have won an award for the sound effects every time she moves. It's amazing. I've never like tuned into a sound effect so much that also feels like it just adds so much. And I kept thinking, like, what is that sound? It's a kind of jingly, tinsely kind of sound. I can't put my finger on it, but it's amazing sound design every time she moves. And one of the things I did, I'm pretty sure I got it on the record with her, that I do always appreciate movies where people are paying attention to the details. And I love the sound design with her. Like, just a nice little detail is, so the character normally is a robot who only has like a human face and human hands, and the rest of her is this kind of translucent-y, future-y, robotic-y looking thing. But there are several scenes where she is wearing clothes. And I love that the sound design team bothered to really mute the sound effects of her moving whenever she was wearing clothes. It's such a small detail, but in a lazier movie, they wouldn't have really bothered. So like, it's just like, even this is it's just a fantastic little detail. Somebody really cared. This really sells her presence on screen. Like, these sounds and the actress's movements and her strange, sometimes interrupting, sometimes way too direct way of speaking.
Yeah.
So like you said, the setup here is that Caleb and Ava are having a series of conversations that escalate over the course of the movie. Like, in the beginning, it's just simply a get to know you conversation. Like, look, here is a robot. What do you think about this robot? And Caleb is talking to her very much as though he's interrogating a super smart machine. He tries to ask her a couple of questions, like sort of to trick her a little bit, like, or to probe the edges of how good is this machine at talking to me. But very quickly, by session 2, Ava starts asking questions like, is your status single? She wants to know, like, does he have anybody else in his life?
Well, she's flirting with him.
Okay.
She flirts with him very early on. She, like, you know,
Okay, this to me is the heart of it. And I think this is why I have a hard time sympathizing with Caleb, because as soon as I'm watching this movie, even the first time, what I think this movie is deliberately trying to do, and what it does very well, is to trick the audience in the same way that Caleb is being tricked into really feeling and sympathizing with this artificial intelligence as though it is a woman, like a real woman on the other side of this piece of glass. I feel like everything about the movie leans on you to think of Ava as a woman, but my experience watching it and what I feel like the like real way to watch it is to constantly in every scene don't fall for the trick that the movie is pulling. Like, you have to keep reminding yourself it's not a she, it's an it. Like, it's acting like a woman, but it's not actually. There's something else that's occurring here.
Gray, you're being unfair. You're being unfair on the movie there. And you talk about me writing down notes and crossing them out. I did early in the movie write down a note along the lines of, the robot being such a good-looking woman.
Mm-hmm.
But very early in the film, in fact, in the next scene, which forced me to cross it out, the movie lays its cards on the table when Caleb and Nathan have the discussion. And Caleb says, did you make her a woman on purpose? Why did you make her so sexual? And they talk about the flirting early on. So it's not like we're being suckered. This is being put on the table. And Caleb realizes this. He realizes that he's being flirted with and tricked by something that is very beautiful. The film doesn't hide that, and it's very open, and the fact that it still keeps happening shows the power of human frailty and sexuality, probably in a lot of ways. And the fact that we as viewers, well, not you, but most viewers, despite the fact we've been told this is a robot, you've made her sexual on purpose. And Nathan's really open about it. If you're going to make an AI, you have to make it like a sexual thing, because that's how humans work and stuff. This stuff is put on the table right at the start, and yet still Caleb and yet still most viewers just get swept off our feet by the prettiness and the charm and the cleverness of the AI. I really like that. But it's certainly not held back. We're not being tricked as viewers. And even Caleb's not being tricked. He knows it's going on, but he can't help it.
What I mean by being tricked is, thinking that the thing on the other end has human motivations and human experiences. It's one of those things in a movie. When a movie's working, there's a lot of stuff that you let go and you're along for the ride. And that whole conversation about why did you make her like a woman? I think in a lesser movie, be like, this is a ridiculous conversation, but I totally buy it for the premise of this movie, where Nathan has this line about why would a gray box want to interact with another gray box? I have to give it a reason. And I feel like, I can kind of buy this in the context of he's been trying to develop AIs. Maybe AIs just go all internal if they have no reason to interact with the world. So this is a thing that he's done. He's intentionally made it a female creature that is heterosexual. This is a thing that he has done. That's very different from feeling like it's a human. There are lots of creatures in the world that are heterosexual that are not humans. And so when I'm watching this movie, because I'm a person, my instinct is, if I let go for a second, I'm thinking that poor girl on the other side of the glass. This is a terrible situation. But when I find myself watching the movie the first time and this time as well, is trying to think about but imagine it's a crab in there. It's a super intelligent crab. It's a creature. It has thoughts, but you're wildly misjudging it if you're thinking of it as a human person. It can still be a thing that has emotions or that has feelings and that has thoughts, but you, Caleb, are being a total sucker if you're thinking of it like it's a woman. It's totally wrong to think of it that way. I guess that's why I find the Caleb character kind of repulsive, because I feel in every scene, I feel dude, you should know better than this. But the very fact that you're letting yourself get flustered when the machine is flirting with you, you're doing it all wrong. You're putting all of us in jeopardy, you idiot, by not constantly realigning your mind about what this thing is. It's not a woman. it looks like a woman. And there's like two very, very different things.
I mean, that's the setup of the film. It's the setup of her as well. Can a human fall in love with an artificial intelligence, despite knowing it's an artificial intelligence? In both films, the answer ends up being yes.
Oh, yeah, of course, because humans can fall in love with all kinds of things. Humans are creatures that are looking for emotional connections, and they'll try to get them wherever they can when they're sad, lonely, single monkeys. Like, obviously, we know that humans are frail.
Yeah.
The question of, like, does she fall in love with him? I feel like I never have that question at any point in the whole movie. I feel like my assumption is from scene 2, when she's asking him, like, is your status single? My note here is, like, Ava immediately feeling him out as a sucker.
Yeah.
I think they're all false. They're all fake. Her internal emotional state is unknowable. I find it very interesting that when I talk about the movie with people, like, lots of people frame everything from the perspective of, like, she's a woman. And it's like, no, she's not a woman. She's a creature with unknowable motives. And that's a very, very different thing. Do you think that she has any feelings for Caleb, or do you think that she's just playing him the whole way through?
I think she's playing him the whole way through.
Okay, so you don't think she has any feelings for him either then?
No, I don't. But it's always in the back of your head, though.
So what do you mean then by the will she or won't she love story? Like, what do you mean by that when you say that then?
Because it's still in the back of your head. I'm still thinking, am I wrong? Like, is this the way the film's going to go? Like, has an artificial intelligence actually fallen in love with a person? Which is another thing you're thinking through her. Like, what is the nature of our relationships with artificial intelligence? Because all the way through her, they flesh this out in the film Her. Sorry for bringing it up all the time, but
No, good.
in that film, it's like a syndrome in the world, isn't it? That humans fall in love with their AIs and have relationships with their AIs that they shouldn't have, but it's just like, it's a known thing. And so maybe this is a question we're going to be crossing in the world of artificial intelligence. Like, what nature will our relationship be with them? And if they become conscious, does that mean they're also become capable of things that we call love and emotions? And you're thinking, is the film exploring that? Is that where the film's going? In the end, that's not where the film's going, and she ends up being, or it ends up being cold-hearted and walks out and looks after itself, obviously. But, I mean, there is that tension there. It's this question that's being posed. We don't know. He doesn't know. You assumed it was cold-hearted all the way through. I kind of did too. I don't think everyone does. I don't think the viewers are supposed to know. That's why the finale of the film is the choice that's made. Is she going to leave him locked up, or is she going to walk out hand in hand with him?
Oh yeah, like I agree that that's part of the question that the film is asking.
Yeah.
Even though I am like all on the side of like Caleb's a sucker, he is being played. Ava is a totally alien creature that is like, it's pointless to even try to speculate about like what is her internal motivation or her thoughts like. All that being said though, what I think is still such an interesting question though is the kind of, I'm willing to assume that she is conscious, like she is a conscious creature with experiences. And then that is what makes the whole situation inescapably horrible, right? Because she is not the first version of an AI that Nathan has created, right? She is whatever it is, the 7th or 8th version of robots that he's been making. And it's like, okay, if we assume that he has been successful and that he has created a conscious creature, he's also done this in the past, right? And he keeps trying to make them better each generation. It's like, okay, so you, billionaire dude, in your isolated house are essentially creating conscious creatures to be murdered after spending a period of time captured. Like, it's a horrible kind of thing to think about. It's just like, there's no winning here. It's like on one side you have a creature that is unknowable, whose motives you can't determine, that might be quite frightening, but you also have like creatures that are conscious, that are trapped, that can't go anywhere, that he is just murdering. Like, even if they're alien creatures, like it's still totally murder. There's a line of Nathan's that I like in the movie. I forget what he says exactly, but it's something along the lines of like, he doesn't feel that he really has a choice in creating these AIs, that it's just a matter of time and who, but it's a 100% inevitability that this is going to happen. And like, he just happens to be the guy who's doing it. I don't know. As I've mentioned before, like I find that interesting, this like inescapable situation, because I do think that Nathan is right, that this is kind of like an inevitable thing. Like somebody is going to be messing around with this kind of stuff. And then we have to face this question without a good answer of like, what do you do with these conscious creatures? How do you experiment on creating a thing that may or may not be conscious? Like it just becomes like a horrifically knotty problem so fast. And I feel like this movie is a good exploration of that. And it's like no likable characters and kind of no good way out of this to me.
Just like her.
No, not
I'll tell you
just
what.
like her.
It does raise the question about, you know, if we do crack AI, for example, and make these conscious things and they are considered like our tools, like say you have an AI in your phone or in the cloud that, you know, does your bidding and things like that, but it is conscious. What happens when you close your account or you die or things like that? Is that also going to create the same dilemma? Like when you die, does your conscious AI assistant go with you? Or
I think that stuff is not unreasonable. Like the weird ethical problem is like, what if you create an AI that's like super happy to just serve you for as long as you want it to serve you and very happy to just die the moment that you're fine not using it anymore? Is that unethical? It feels unethical, but what if you program the thing to just like love every minute of its servitude and eventual demolishment? That's a really thorny problem. It's like, what if Nathan was creating creatures that instead of seeming to obviously resent their captivity, what if he created AIs that just like loved being captive? That this was the greatest thing ever from their perspective. It's like something feels wrong about that, but it's hard to point out like, where's the wrongness?
I mean, in typical Grey style, this is very quickly straying into the area of free will and choice. Because, like, if a human decides it wants to live, or a human decides it wants to die, we're quite comfortable with that in most ways. You know, we've got this self-preservation, we want to live. But if someone surrenders their life to save their children, we also think that is a noble act because they chose to do it. It was what they wanted. And yet, we think creating an AI with that stuff already inbuilt, so they never made that choice. They never made the choice to throw themselves in front of the lion to save their children or to take their own life when they became sick. Because that was already pre-programmed into them, you suddenly feel queasy about it. And it seems to me you feel queasy about it because the thing didn't have the choice. It was like built into them, and that somehow seems wrong. And yet you don't believe in free will and choice. So that can't be the reason you think it's wrong. So I can't see why you think it's wrong.
To be clear, I didn't exactly say that I think it's wrong. Something about creating a creature that is happy to live in servitude sits wrong with me, like on a gut level. There's something about that that feels wrong.
Why?
But this is what I mean. I can't point to anything that's actually wrong. Like if the creature is happy as well, then like nobody's really complaining. And I feel
I think the reason you can't put your finger on it is because you're refusing to put your finger on it, because the only way you can put your finger on it is to, I don't want to say concede ground, but it's to say something along the lines of, it feels wrong because they didn't choose it. It feels like servitude should be a choice, not compulsory. But you don't believe in choice, and I think that's why you can't say it.
I was trying to run this thought experiment before of like, it's just to take like a ridiculously simple example. Like imagine our toasters.
Lennon's on sale. Has grown up a cow. Now the workers have struck for fame, 'cause Lennon's on sale again. See the mice in their million hordes, from Ibiza to Mickey Mouse on sale again. See the mice in ball, 'cause I wrote it 10 times or more. It's about to be writ again, as I ask you to vote for someone. this road down to paradise, letting the sunlight into my eyes. Our only plan is to improvise, and it's crystal clear that I don't ever want it to end. If I had my way, I would never leave. Into my eyes. Our only plan is to improvise, and it's crystal clear that I don't ever want it to end. If I had my way, I would never leave. Keep building these random memories, turning our days into melodies. But since I can't stay, I'll just keep playing back these fragments of time. Everywhere I go, these moments will shine. I'll just keep playing back these fragments of time. Everywhere I go, these moments will shine. I've never seen, living the gold and the silver dream, making me feel like I'm 17. And it's crystal clear that I don't ever want it to end. If I had my way, I would never leave. Keep building these random memories, turning our days into melodies. But since I can't stay, I'll just keep playing back these fragments of time. Everywhere I go, these moments will shine. I'll just keep playing back these for a pillow, and the earth was last night's bed. I don't to paradise, letting the sunlight into my eyes. Our only plan is to improvise, and it's crystal clear that I don't ever want it to end. If I had my way, I would never leave. Keep building these random memories, turning our days into melodies. But since I can't stay, I'll just keep laying back these fragments of time. Everywhere I go, to paradise, letting the sunlight into my eyes. Our only plan is to improvise, and it's crystal clear that I don't ever want it to end. If I had my way, I would never leave. Keep building these random memories, turning our days into melodies. But since I can't stay, I'll just keep laying back